Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 p.m., so we'll get started. For the record, today is February 21st of 2025. This is a hearing conducted by the Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, the Post Commission, to consider the matter of Jesse Calva. It's APD docket number 12-40-241154A. The issue in this case is whether the Post Commission should suspend, revoke, or take no action on the certification of Jesse Calva. Mr. Shane Brassfield represents Jesse Calva. He's here today. Mary Beth Nicely represents the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. Ms. Nicely, who is your client representative today?
Your Honor, the department has elected for Sergeant Carter from the Tennessee Highway Patrol Office of Professional Accountability to be our designated witness.
Okay, thank you. My name is Stephanie Bergmeyer. I've been assigned by the Secretary of State's office to sit with the Post Commission today and serve as your administrative judge. I will make all the rulings on matters of evidence and procedure in this case. And any questions granted to me under the authority of the Tennessee Uniform Administrative Procedures Act. However, I will not determine the ultimate issue in this case on whether any action should be taken against Mr. Calbaugh's certification. That decision rests with the Post Commission. Is there a chairperson for the commission here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Will you please introduce yourself?
Gary Carter, I'm Vice Chair of the Post Commission,
Okay,
and I will conduct a roll call.
thank you.
Commissioner Beverly,
Present.
Commissioner Doggett,
Present.
Commissioner Green,
Here.
Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Jeffers,
Here.
Commissioner Lane, here, Commissioner Parton,
Present.
Commissioner Lowell, Russell, Commissioner Spangler,
Here.
Commissioner Wilbur,
Here.
Commissioner Wright. Doing well for.
Thank you. Ms. Nicely, do you have a copy of the notice of hearing and charges that you could hand to the commission?
Let me check the files, Your Honor. I believe we do.
Or put up on the screen?
We can certainly put them on the screen. Give me just a second.
Thank you.
Just the email that to you. So, yeah. I've emailed that to Ms. Cooper and she should be able to put it up shortly.
Thank you. So while we wait for that document to be put on the screen, as you review the notice of hearing and charges, the commission, the law requires you to disclose on the record any outside knowledge you have of this case, any communication, written or verbal. If you've received them from any of the parties in this case, once again, Jesse Calbaugh is the respondent in this case. So I will we'll wait for that to get put up just so you can review what was filed in the notice. And my question to you, once you've had the chance to review it, is if any of the commission members have anything to disclose before we proceed? You want to scroll to the allegations of fact? I think that's what the commission might need to say.
Yeah, it might be a few pages long, so you might want to just scroll up to the.
Paragraph 17 is the last paragraph in the allegations of fact, so we can stop the scrolling at that page. If any commission member has anything to disclose, you may request to do so outside the rest of the commission, or you may do so as you sit in your seat here. So now that you've had a chance to see the allegations in the notice of charges, does any commission member have anything they would like to disclose or need to disclose? Okay. In addition, the commission members are required to recuse yourself from the case if you feel that you cannot fairly consider the case due to a conflict of interest, personal knowledge about the case, or some other bias or prejudice. Would any of the commission members request to recuse themselves from this case? Okay, thank you. So for the attorneys in this case, I'm going to go through what's been filed in the technical record, and then we'll address any preliminary issues before we begin the hearing itself. So the technical record in this case consists of the notice of hearing and charges, a scheduling order, the notice of docket issued by my office, the Administrative Procedures Division, a motion to withdraw as counsel that was filed by the respondent's attorney at the time, Mr. Looper, an order denying that motion, a notice of substitution of counsel for respondent, a proposed order filed by the parties, an agreed order allowing the substitution of counsel, a motion to continue filed by the respondent, a proposed order granting that continuance, a proposed agreed protective order, and the agreed protective order that was filed. Both parties filed a witness and exhibit list. For the department, there was an amended witness and exhibit list filed. A stipulation filed by the parties. A proposed order of continuance. The order of continuance issued September 24th of 2024. Another motion to continue. I'm glad we are here today. And an order of continuance that was issued November 8th of 2024. Are there any other documents or pleadings that the attorneys or parties have filed that I did not list?
Not for the department, Your Honor.
Okay. For Mr. Calvo?
Not for Mr. Cowball, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would like to remind the attorneys that the documents I've just listed as part of the technical record are not considered evidence for this hearing unless and until they are admitted into evidence during the hearing itself. Are there any preliminary issues that the attorneys would like to address?
Your Honor, the department has 3 preliminary matters. First, the department would ask for the rule of exclusion for witnesses and would like to declare Sergeant Carter as our designated witness.
Okay.
Our second preliminary matter is that the parties have stipulated to the admissibility and authenticity of the exhibits we intend to admit. There's a stipulation filed in the technical record, and we just wanted to confirm that the court would prefer to have those admitted as a preliminary matter rather than presenting them as admissible throughout the hearings.
Any response?
No, that's our agreement.
Okay. I do prefer that they be filed and entered with APD as a preliminary matter.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll make sure those filings happen immediately following the hearing.
Thank you.
Our third and final preliminary matter for the department is the protective order. As your auditor is aware, there's a protective order in this case regarding sensitive information. The department requested that exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the stipulated admissibility document be accepted for filing under seal, and that the court be allow for the clearing of the room for portions of the hearing where those exhibits will be discussed. We'd also respectfully ask that the live feed be muted and the camera be turned off during those portions of the hearing for which the public has been cleared from the room.
Okay. Any response?
That's our agreement.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yes. So pursuant to the protective order, and I'll let the commission members know, there is some information and documents that are deemed confidential under state law. And so those documents that will be accepted as exhibits will be filed under seal. When that information is discussed, we will take a minute to clear the room of any witnesses. And I will give you instructions then about the confidentiality of the information you will hear.
There are no further preliminary matters for the department.
Okay. Any other preliminary issues for Mr. Calvo?
None, Your Honor.
So the parties have requested the rule of sequestration. That is so any witnesses that may testify are not influenced by any testimony they might hear before them. So with the exception of the representative for the department and Mr. Calvo himself, I would request that anyone that might be in the audience that anticipates or who will be called
I may have 1 second, Your Honor, to confer with.
Yes, you may.
Y'all like the door closed?
Yes, I think we should close it. Thank you. And there's not a live feed outside, correct?
There is.
We're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so before we begin, I'm going to give the commission members some instructions to help you understand the case and how it will proceed and what your duties will be during the hearing today. As the judge, it is my responsibility to advise you on the law that is applicable to this case. You must accept and apply the law as it is given to you. As commission members, you are the sole judges of the facts and will be applying the facts to the law in this case. Thus, you must determine which of the witness's testimony you accept, what weight you will attach to it, and inferences that you will draw from it. The law does not, however, require that you accept all of the evidence. In determining what evidence you will accept, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each witness and determine the weight that you will give that testimony. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything that a witness says today. You are free to believe all, none, or part of a person's testimony. Before you begin to hear the witness testimony and see the evidence entered, the attorneys will make their opening statements. These statements will be brief outlines of what they expect the evidence to be in the case today. The attorneys are also permitted to make additional statements at the end of the case called closing statements. Unless you are otherwise instructed, these statements made by the attorneys are not evidence. Those statements are made only to help you understand the evidence and apply the law in this case. You should ignore any statements by any of the attorneys that is not supported by the evidence you hear today. After the opening statements, I will give you some additional information to assist you in evaluating the evidence you will hear. There are several rules concerning your conduct during this hearing that you should keep in mind. Do not conduct your own private investigation into this case. Do not read any articles or Google anything you hear today during the hearing. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves on any breaks that we may take or anyone else. You must keep an open mind until you have heard all of the evidence in the attorney's closing statements. Any discussions before the conclusion of the evidence would be premature and improper. In addition, the Tennessee Open Meetings Act requires that your discussions and deliberations be public. So if you would do that before the end of your deliberation period, it may not be public. Failure to observe this Open Meetings Act may result in the commission's action being reversed or remanded if appealed. Do not discuss this case with anyone else during our breaks. Also, do not speak to the attorneys, parties, or witnesses on any of our breaks today. If you need a break, please request it. We'll take a break. I also know we'll get through this as we can. Please do not use your electronic devices or communicate with anyone during our hearing today. Okay. So we will start with opening statements. Would the department like to give an opening statement today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the commission. My name is Maribeth Nicely, Associate General Counsel for the Department of Commerce and Insurance. The post rules allow for an officer to be decertified if he's been discharged by his employing law enforcement agency for disciplinary reasons. Today, you will hear testimony and see exhibits relating to Mr. Jesse Calbaugh's time as a state trooper for the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security, where he worked for the Tennessee Highway Patrol. You will hear that Mr. Calbaugh was employed with the Roane County Sheriff's Office prior to his employment with the Department of Safety. And you will hear that he has returned to work at the Roane County Sheriff's Office and works there to this day. You will also hear that after being terminated for disciplinary actions, that's what I just said, that he now works at Roane County again. The department will share evidence to show that Mr. Calbaugh lied when filling out his application to become a state trooper. You will also hear that he presented multiple versions of his story throughout the hiring process. You will hear from Sergeant Carter from the Office of Professional Accountability for the Department of Safety that after opening an investigation into Mr. Calbaugh and whether or not he lied on his original application about the use of human growth hormone, Mr. Calbaugh's story changed yet again. Mr. Calbaugh admitted to using human growth hormone in one set of hiring documents, but failed to disclose it in another. He then admitted to only using human growth hormone for a short period of time in 2017 when he was competing in powerlifting competitions. And then when he became a subject of the investigation by Sergeant Carter, he changed his story again to admit that he had actually used human growth hormone from 2017 until 2020. When asked about the reasons he was untruthful in his original application, Mr. Calbaugh feigned ignorance and confusion, pretended he didn't understand the questions in his original application. Today, you will hear that his conduct violated the general orders to be a state trooper and that he was therefore terminated for disciplinary action. The Department of Safety has asked the Post Commission to decertify Mr. Calbaugh. You will also hear that human growth hormone is a medicine that can only be acquired legally through prescription. However, you will learn that the respondent did not have a prescription, but was buying human growth hormone from a friend at the gym, and then subsequently ordering needles off of Amazon and injecting himself in the shoulders. Like you may be aware, this is a common illegal drug activity that occurs in weightlifting competitions, of which Mr. Calbaugh participated in from 2017 to 2020. Today, after considering all of the evidence, I'm confident that you will see that decertification for Mr. Calbaugh is the only option because of the dishonesty that was exhibited throughout his employment at the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maggie. Mr. Brassfield, would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Is it all right if I stand at the podium?
It is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It just seems more normal up here than sitting down. Thank you, Your Honor, and members, commissioners, Post Commission. Thank you for your time for having this hearing today. My name is Shane Brassfield. I'm an attorney representing Mr. Calball today. And I would like to start by saying I understand this hearing is to determine whether or not to decertify Mr. Calball. The reason I say that is I believe a lot of what you're going to hear is THP's underlying reasons that they fired Mr. Calball. And we're not here to attempt to get his job back with THP. As Ms. Nicely stated, Sergeant Calball is currently employed with Rowan County Sheriff's Department. So the underlying reasons for his termination, which Ms. Nicely alluded to, had to do with answers he gave on his initial questionnaire and then a subsequent questionnaire that he was given prior to a polygraph examination. There's a couple of things that are important to note on this. Number one, these were all done prior to THP hiring Mr. Calball. So they had all of this information prior to offering him a job. It was after he had a job and approximately a year later when the reinvestigation and diving into these records is when they elected to terminate Mr. Calball. And I think what you're going to see, or I know what you're going to see, is that the questionnaires that were given to Mr. Calball are flawed. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but it's very specific in there in that the questions, some of the questions are flawed. And so that is important. And it really goes to show that there's a flaw in their hiring process. And I don't believe that those flaws should be held against Mr. Calball, and I would ask you not to do that. Mr. Calball was hired by THP. He was already a post-certified officer from 2016. You'll hear that. He successfully completed the THP Training Academy in 2022. These questionnaires were filled out in 2021. He went on and completed field training officer classes, a criminal interdiction class, and was preparing actually for dignitary protection classes at THP when this investigation started. And he was terminated. So I want everybody, and I'll sit down, I want everybody to please keep in mind that the Highway Patrol had all of these documents in their possession for several months before offering Mr. Calball a job. And then he was already post-certified, so he didn't need the job for that. And then upon their reasoning for termination, they're now asking to decertify him and prevent him from carrying on the job that he does and that he loves. So I would ask everybody at the end of the proof, if you would keep an open mind and choose no action for decertification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brassfield. So we will move to the presentation of evidence in this case. The department has the burden of proof and they will put their witnesses on first. And then the respondent will be given the opportunity to present evidence second. The witnesses will testify in response to questions from the attorneys. The questions themselves are not evidence, but the witnesses' answers are. During the course of the hearing, you will have the opportunity to ask questions of the witnesses. When you ask any questions, please reserve any expressions of opinion that you may have until the deliberations period at the end. You may hear both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, and it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence that you hear. You may consider all the evidence when you make your determination in this case, and you may make those considerations in light of your reasons, experience, and common sense. There may be objections during the course of the testimony of a witness, and I may make rulings on that. If I sustain the objection, that means I agree with that objection. And if I overrule it, it means I disagree. I also might instruct you to disregard an answer that has been given in light of the objection made. Do not draw any inference from unanswered questions if I instruct the witness to not answer, or if I ask that the testimony be stricken. It may be the case that the argument on an objection has to be made outside of the commission. If so, I will excuse you from the room. So in this case, the department has the burden to establish by preponderance of the evidence that the acts of Jesse Calbaugh are grounds for discipline of his post-certification. Do not confuse that with the criminal standard. Preponderance of the evidence means more likely than not. Okay, would the department like to call their first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, would you prefer for the witnesses to sit next to you there or to stand at the podium?
Let's have him stand behind the podium.
Okay, the department would call Sergeant Carter from Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Mr. Carter, I'll swear you in. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Toby Carter, Tobycarter.
How are you employed, Sergeant Carter?
I'm a sergeant with the Tennessee Highway Patrol Department, Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security.
And in that role, do you primarily work in a specific area of, is it the Office of Professional Accountability?
Yes, ma'am. I'm an administrative investigator assigned to the OPA, or Office of Professional Accountability.
How long have you served in that role?
8.5 years.
During your time in that role, have you interacted with an individual named Jesse Calbaugh?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
Mr. Calbaugh was employed and was under investigation, and I was the lead investigator.
Did you say you were the lead investigator on that matter?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you initially get involved in that investigation?
Once the complaint came into the department, my supervisors assigned it to me.
And then did the matters raised in that complaint cause you to open an investigation?
Yes, after the initial interview with the complainant, I took those facts to my supervisors, and they gave me the instructions to open an administrative investigation.
So what were you looking for in that investigation?
The facts to corroborate or not corroborate the allegations against Mr. Calbaugh.
And what were those allegations?
That Mr. Calbaugh used and sold steroids.
And what did you ultimately determine throughout your investigation?
The allegation of whether or not Mr. Calbaugh sold steroids could not be corroborated. The allegations of him using steroids could not be corroborated, but the words steroid and human growth hormone, or HGH, were interchange used in the investigation, so that him using a type of enhancement drug was corroborated based off of his own admissions.
Did the department ultimately make an employment decision relating to the investigation.
Yes, ma'am,
What was that decision?
to terminate his employment.
Did the department ultimately determine that Mr. Cowbell had violated general orders of your department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know offhand what those general orders were? Or just at the high level, what was the reason for termination?
Untruthfulness was the main reason. There were several general orders, but the biggest one was General Order 216-2, several sections. You could go through unbecoming conduct, untruthfulness, the code of conduct. It's all listed in that main general order.
Did the department issue a termination letter to Mr. Cowbell?
Yes, ma'am.
I've passed you a couple of exhibits. Do you have that termination letter available to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Pam, if we wouldn't mind putting that on the screen, it should be in the folder labeled direct examination and then the formal packet. Your Honor, this is an exhibit that we have respectfully pre-admitted as exhibit 3 on the stipulation list.
Thank you.
If we could scroll down. What is, go back up to that first page, I'm sorry. What is this first portion of the letter, Sergeant Carter?
This is the actual termination notice that Mr. Caldwell received. It's signed by the commission.
Okay, and then if you could scroll down. Keep going. I'm not sure exactly which page. Keep going. Okay, right there. Okay, keep going past that. I'm so sorry. Let me find the actual page. I'm looking for the last 2 pages. Okay, right here. Sergeant Carter, what does that middle of the paragraph, the bold sentence say?
General Order or GO 216-2, Section 3, causes for disciplinary action.
And is that where you got the unbecoming conduct language?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then if we could move on to page 9 of that document. All right, what's that first one up there?
Neglect of duty, Section 18.
And then keep scrolling down if you don't mind. At that very bottom where it says, it's underlined, it says terminated for the good of the service. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add about the termination letter?
No, ma'am, just the fact that Mr. Caldwell was on probation, so he did not have appeal rights to that action.
So did you ultimately find that Mr. Cowbell was dishonest during your investigation?
I did not, ma'am. I just presented the facts.
Okay, so during your investigation, you were more just trying to understand the complaint and then determine if the complaint was accurate. Is that true?
If there were facts that corroborated the allegations against Mr. Caldwell.
Okay. Did you review Mr. Cowbell's original application to become a state trooper?
Yes,
Okay. And is that a document titled Tennessee Highway Patrol Security Clearance Application?
that is, I believe, part of the application. Yes, ma'am.
If we could put that on the screen, please. Your Honor, we're showing a portion of the exhibit pre-numbered as number 4, the redacted OPA packet. This is the portion called investigative documents. If we could scroll to the next page. Sergeant Carter, what are we looking at here?
This is part of that security clearance application that's included in the overall employment packet. And this is, as it's stated in bold and underlined, the applicant's statement of prior drug use and possession.
Would you read that beginning paragraph before the list of drugs?
If you are given a contingent job offer, you will be given a polygraph examination as part of the contingent offer. Any misrepresentations or omissions in the answers of this form will result in your immediate disqualification and you will not be considered for any future positions with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Does every Tennessee Highway Patrol applicant fill this out?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am, but I'm not involved in that process.
Is there any, in your opinion, in your experience, thing confusing about saying if there's a misrepresentation or omission that would result in your immediate disqualification?
No, ma'am. To me, it's straightforward.
And so what did Mr. Calbaugh admit to on this form?
On this form, he indicated that he had used marijuana previously, and he indicated the approximate last date of use or possession of marijuana and approximately how many times he used or possessed marijuana.
And I know now where you mentioned that there's a difference in steroids and human growth hormone, but did Mr. Calbaugh indicate any use of steroids on this form?
No, ma'am.
Okay, down where it says other illegal drug, did he check yes or no there?
He marked no.
Okay, and is it the Tennessee Highway Patrol's position that human growth hormone is something that would be considered an illegal drug?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a signature at the bottom of this form?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose signature is that?
Mr. Caldwell's and a witness that I cannot make that.
If you could flip to the next page, one more, it's called Candidate Interview Agreement. What's the second bullet point read on that page?
I will not falsify information in this interview. Furthermore, the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security may try to verify my answers to these interview questions, e.g. through a background investigations, etc.
And what's the very last bullet point on that page?
Any breach of the above conditions of this agreement will result in being considered ineligible for employment.
Did Mr. Calbaugh sign that in September of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been the same day he filled out the previous list of drug use?
Based off of the date on that form, yes, ma'am.
The very next page says advisement to applicants. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a bold paragraph there. Will you read that?
I understand that any false statements and or deliberate misrepresentations, whether by omission or commission, will result in my application being automatically and irrevocably rejected from further consideration. I certify that I have read those statements and understand its contents.
Is there anything confusing about that statement?
No, ma'am, not to me.
Whose initials are there?
As indicated by Mr. Caldwell in his interview, his initials JDC.
And then flip one more page. Whose signature is there?
Mr. Caldwell's, ma'am.
And is that the same date, that September of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
In September of 2021, did Mr. Calbaugh disclose any use of human growth hormone?
No, ma'am.
Did he disclose any use of steroids?
No, ma'am.
Did he disclose any use of any other illegal drug besides marijuana?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to review some information that's covered by the protective order. We'd ask the court to clear the room. We'd also ask for the live feed to be muted at this time.
Sure. While we wait, to open this back up to the public, we'll take a very short recess. I want to thank the members of the public for waiting outside while we had to close the proceedings due to the Polygraph Examiners Act, which made certain information and documents confidential under state law. We are ready to proceed and we hope to remain open for the rest of the hearing today. Mr. Brassfield, do you have additional cross-examination questions?
I do not. I'll pass the witness to Ms. Nicely. I've already spoken with her. I think she has one or two.
Just briefly, Your Honor. According to the Tennessee Highway Patrol, is the purchase of a prescription drug that is not prescribed to you illegal?
Yes,
Did the Department of Safety ultimately terminate Mr. Calbaugh for truthfulness among other reasons?
yes,
And is that considered a violation of your general orders?
yes,
Does the department want Mr. Calbaugh to be decertified?
yes,
Was Mr. Calbaugh a certified law enforcement officer when he was using human growth hormone prior to his employment with THP?
I believe that is accurate.
Would he have been employed at Roane County?
I think that's correct.
And was Mr. Calbaugh a certified law enforcement officer when he was untruthful in the interviews that you conducted?
Yes,
No further questions.
Any re-cross examination?
One second. So Ms. Nicely asked about the growth hormone. Did you ever obtain a sample of it, test it, or get a name or a label on a bottle?
no,
Okay. So there's no way to know that it was actually human growth hormone other than what Mr. Calbaugh told you?
correct.
Nothing.
Do any of the commission members have any additional questions for Sergeant Carter?
Commissioner Beverly. What did he tell you that he was purchasing at the gym? What did he tell you?
HGH,
HGH. And he had to purchase it in the gym because he didn't have a prescription?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Sergeant Carter, thank you for your testimony.
Excuse me, can I have a recross on that question?
Yes, you may.
Did Mr. Calbaugh specifically tell you that he purchased it at the gym because he did not have a prescription? Or did he just tell you he purchased it from someone at the gym?
Said he purchased it at someone at the gym, and I asked him, did he have a prescription for it? He said no.
Okay, but he didn't say that's the reason he bought it at the gym. He just said he did not have a prescription for it.
Correct.
Go ahead.
More they ask, more I ask. So, did Mr. Caldwell tell you give you the name of who he bought it from?
Yes, sir. Cody Gaines.
And by chance, did y'all have an interview to have a conversation with Mr. Gaines to?
No, sir.
Okay. But Trooper Caldwell did indicate did he indicate why he was buying it from Mr. Gaines?
To help with his performance.
Help with his performance, or why was he, did he ever say he went to a physician to get a prescription for it?
No, he did not ever say anything about a prescription that he went to go get one.
Oh, thank you.
Any redirect for the department?
Nothing for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Sergeant Carter. Any further evidence from the department?
Your Honor, the department has no further witnesses.
Okay. Witnesses for Mr. Calvo.
Yeah, sure. I would like to call Sergeant Jesse Cowball. Seriously.
Mr. Cowbell, I need to swear you in. If you'll please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Cowball, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Jesse Caldwell, JDSSE, last name is Calbaughh, Caldwell.
And Sergeant Caldwell, could you give us a just a brief timeline, I guess, of a little brief personal history about and maybe don't start where you work now, but when you started in law enforcement, and when you were first post-certified, and kind of bring us from there up to here.
Yes. I graduated from Rome County High School in 2013, and then I sent myself to the Cleveland State Police Academy in 2016. From there, I was hired on at the Rome County Sheriff's Office. I worked there until 2018. I got out of law enforcement, and I came back to the Rome County Sheriff's Office in 2020, and I've been in law enforcement since. From 2020 to 22, I was at the Rome County Sheriff's Office, then I applied with the Highway Patrol. I went on to the Highway Patrol. They sent me to the FTO school, the criminal addiction school. And then after I got dismissed from the Highway Patrol, Rome County hired me that same week. I was shortly promoted to corporal, then to sergeant, and now I'm the FTO coordinator for the department.
Okay.
Now we're here.
Good. And so I guess the couple of initial questions before we launch into this. When you were applying with the Highway Patrol, how did you receive the questionnaires that we've looked at today?
It was all through electronic, through email.
Okay. And were there any instructions or phone numbers given to you regarding any questions with the questionnaires that you saw?
Not that I can recall.
So the application or the questionnaires and the applications that you filled out that we've seen as exhibits 3 and 4, where you checked yes and no on drugs, marijuana, no on steroids. Were you an employee of THP when you answered those?
No.
Okay. And at what point, let's back up. Can you explain the process that you went through to get hired to THP, and when you filled it out and when you hired? That'll be faster than me asking all of these.
It was approximately a 5 to 6 month process. I had to travel to Nashville several times. I submitted an application online. Then they followed up with the in-person interview where it was over Skype, and then you had to talk to a detective after in person. Then after that, it started with the polygraph, the medical, and the psych. Then once all those things are cleared, you're just waiting on an email before you're with a contingent offer of a job.
Okay. And when did you receive that email, or about when did you receive that email?
It was 2 weeks before the academy. It was in January of 22, I believe.
Okay. Did you discuss HGH use with the polygraph examiner?
Yes, I had probably about a 30 to 45 minute conversation. We talked about, the marijuana use and HGH.
Objection, Your Honor, I think we need to greater, if we're gonna discuss what was, in the polygraph examination questions.
So under Tennessee Code annotated, section 62-27-124, the records obtained by law enforcement officers or employees during the polygraph examination are subject. None of those records are subject to disclosure. It doesn't specify that the information obtained in those documents is not subject to disclosure. So I'm not sure if this line of questioning has to be excluded from the public.
I understand, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, and I'm trying to stay outside. I'm trying not to do it. This is a delicate dance to do. So I'm really looking at, how long did you discuss matters before being hooked up to the polygraph or before taking the polygraph exam? And just to be clear for the record, I'm talking to him about stuff prior to the polygraph exam. So you get there and you're meeting with the polygraph examiner, and I don't want to know his name if you know it, but kind of explain how that went prior to taking the polygraph. How long did you talk? What did you talk about?
I had my packet with me, and I handed the packet to him. He read over everything that I marked. If he had any questions, we talked, like I said, we probably talked about it for at least 30 minutes. He asked about the marijuana and the HGH use. And shortly after, he hooked me up to it. We proceeded.
Okay, so during that discussion and the packet that you said you went over, we're not going to show it. You've seen it before. Are you familiar with the packet that you went over with the questions from the prior to the polygraph exam?
Yes.
Okay. So, hold on one moment. I'm going to get into some questions about what the polygraph examiner spoke to him about before the polygraph, before the actual examination. Do you want that out of view, or is that okay to do? None of my questions go to specific questions that he asked him while he was doing the polygraph exam.
Okay.
I don't have those results.
And they don't ask about information in documentation.
It will reference the information that was in the questionnaire. That's what it's about. And some of it will specifically reference information that's in his test supplemental information, but it's who said it. It's not, it's a specific statement that was made, who said it.
I think who said the information is not confidential under the state law. I think if we're referencing what's contained within documentation provided for the polygraph examination, that is protected under state law.
Okay, then we'll probably need to
Okay.
turn it off just in an abundance of caution because it's.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, for the public, it sounds like this portion of the testimony is confidential under state law, and I'm going to have to ask that you be excused. Again, we will try to, we've been trying to focus the hearing so that we're not closing this and opening it. But thank you for you cooperated. And I will ask that the audio and
Okay, so I was asking you, you said you purchased a clear vial from Cody Gaines and it had no label on it, correct?
Correct.
So how did you know it was growth hormone, or how did you know it was water?
I guess technically I did.
Okay. But you thought it was growth hormone.
Correct.
And so if you would, please tell the panel why you took growth hormone, what you used it for, be specific, like how much, how many days, and we'll just start with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to clear a lot of this up because I know we've been all over the place for a little while now, but, so when I sat down with the polygrapher, we went over it. He asked me about my uses because I did not know an exact day, exact time, but I told him, yes, I did use it. And he asked me how long I used it. I said 4 weeks. There's been some confusion. I've heard I've heard different stories about how I used it, but it's 4 weeks at a time. And the last time that I used it that I can definitely say was 2017, and that's why I put it. That's why I said 2017. I did compete up until 2020. I did not use it every single time, but I'm not going to say I did not use it. But I can say for sure that I did use it in 2017. Just like the marijuana usage, I don't know where the less than 50 came from. I can say that, yes, I used marijuana in college. And it was just at parties, at like social events. And that is bottom line what it is. But leading up to the competitions, it was specifically for recovery. If I had some hard workouts coming up, I would do it to see if it would benefit me. Did it help or did it not help? I'm not sure, but I was just giving it the benefit of the doubt, and that's why I used it. Between doing that, eating certain types of foods, to doing different types of protein supplements, you just try it in the powerlifting world. That's how you do it. It's just one thing might work for him, something else might work for me, and that's why I can't say a definite time of when I used it and when I didn't. But I told the polygrapher that, he hooked me up to it, and I passed it because I was not lying about it.
So you covered some of that. So you stated that you used HGH for recovery. Can you explain that? Not everybody here is powerlifters like us, but can you explain the recovery? Is it before a competition, after a competition, after a workout? What specifically?
So I guess you can use it in all different ways, but I was just doing it just before leading up to the competition. And it would be 4 weeks before. Why? Because that's usually when your heaviest lifts are. It's usually a month before.
Okay. Did you have a need to use it after the competition?
No.
Okay. Did you notice any workout improvements with it?
And like I said, I used it for the recovery just so that I would not get as sore, or I could be ready for the next workout. I can't say that I did see improvement, but like I said, you do different things, whether that's up in your food, up in your carbs, up in your fats, whatever it is, to see what works best for you. And I was giving it the benefit of the doubt to see if it would help.
Did you notice any bad side effects from it?
No.
Okay. Did you think very much about the HGH while you were competing? Like, what did you consider HGH?
What do you mean?
Did you said it wasn't a steroid?
Correct.
So were you thinking very much about it when you were using it, when you were preparing for these competitions, like, oh, I shouldn't do this. gonna make me grow a third arm.
The only thing that was on my mind is just using it for recovery and see if it could make my body recover better for the next lift. That's it. I didn't give much thought into it. Maybe that's ignorant, but that's simply what I did.
Okay. Did you use any other enhancement supplements like creatine or?
Just like I use different forms of protein. I did try some creatine before. Like I said before, I've tried different vitamins. Like you try different things. You up your food. There's many combinations you can do.
Okay. And I guess I should clarify. So can you explain what creatine is or does for you? Is it an anabolic steroid?
No,
Okay. Where can you buy it?
anywhere, Walmart,
Okay.
GNC.
Okay. And what did you use it for?
It was also for recovery. It makes your muscles hold more water.
Okay. So did you consider HGH an illegal drug while you were taking it?
I did not put, I'll be honest with you, I did not put that much thought into it. It was just, hey, I'm getting ready for this competition. And that's just what I'm focused on. I'm not thinking about it. It was a clear vial with no labels on it. I didn't think of any, like I said, that may sound ignorant, but that's just the way you look, the way I looked at it.
And so when Sergeant Carter was testifying, and I believe they said, or he stated in the probationary dismissal that it was for untruthfulness. Did you consider your answers untruthful?
No,
And why do you not consider that they were untruthful?
because I told the truth on it and I even passed their polygraph.
Okay. Were you trying to be deceptive in any way in putting down 2017 or 4 to 5 times?
No, because that's why me and the polygrapher had the conversation that we had, and it was extended from, like I said before, 30 to 45 minutes. And we talked about everything. He went down my packet. I even had questions for him, and then we proceeded on. And I never gave it a second thought.
When you looked at the first questionnaire, and I believe Sergeant Carter testified that you stated other drugs were drugs that would get you high, and there was some discussion about that. Yet you marked yes to marijuana. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've been upfront about that. You marked no to steroids. Was that a truthful statement?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the question, and I want to touch on that. There was another question on there, and it had the list of marijuana, heroin, meth, cocaine. I think it had another one, or any other narcotics. And that's where I just put mine. And they kept telling me that I should have put HGH there. But I was just thinking about the list that they put there. That's why I listed the marijuana.
Okay. Can you put up Exhibit 3, which was the first interview? It doesn't have to do with the polygraph.
It was on the pre-employment packet, very first one.
It's the one called Tennessee Highway Patrol.
That one's not.
That's not protected.
Okay, Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Okay,
The packet as a whole, we've asked to be protected because it contains the polygraph information, but this specific part is.
We're pulling something out of it that's not protected.
okay, please proceed.
So is this the document that you were just referring to?
No, it was an actual question. I believe it. Scroll down some. I know it was the very first packet I filled out. But it was the one they kept going back to saying, why didn't I put it there?
Okay, let's go back and look at the top and see if that's it. So that's the one where you check yes to marijuana
Correct.
and no to steroids. And all of the other drugs on there appear to be drugs that you would normally get high on.
Correct, to my knowledge.
Okay. And so you did not consider the other illegal drug as far as HGH because you did not get high on
Correct.
HGH? Is that what you were trying to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you tell that to Sergeant Carter?
I believe I did.
Were you trying to intentionally conceal your use of HGH on this document?
No, the first time I was asked about HGH, I stated it and moved forward.
Okay. Did you ever dream of the consequences or problems of using HGH or the problems that it was going to cause?
Not at all.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Pastor. Ms. Nicely, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. If we could scroll to the, a couple pages down on this same document. One more. Okay. Mr. Cabell, can you read that, scroll down to the bold part with the initials. Can you read that bold paragraph there, if you can see it?
Can you just enlarge it, please? Do you want me to read it or?
Yeah, I'd like you to read it out loud, please.
I understand that any false statement and or deliberate misrepresentation, whether by omission or commission, will result in my application being automatically and not sure that word rejected from full consideration. I certify that I have read the above statement and understand the contents.
Whose initials is that below the bold statement?
Mine.
Okay, so when you signed that, you agreed not to omit any information from this packet. Is that accurate?
Correct.
In this packet, when it asked about illegal drugs, you did not mention human growth hormone. Is that accurate?
Correct.
You testified that you don't consider that an illegal drug.
Right.
How long have you been a sheriff's deputy?
Approximately 6 years, approximately
When were you post-certified?
2016.
So if you pull somebody over that had a prescription medication for another individual, what is your duty as a law enforcement officer?
If I found a prescription in someone's car that doesn't match the driver,
Yes.
I would have to prove that it's not theirs.
And if you look at the driver's license and you look at the prescription and they don't match,
Right.
you issue them a citation or you take them into custody depending on if it's a felony amount or how does that work?
No, I would want to know if was that a family member that they just dropped off? I'm not going to just arrest somebody based off that. Or if that was their son, their kid, their.
Is being, as a law enforcement officer, is being in possession of a prescription drug that does not belong to you against the law?
Once it's proven, yes.
You purchased human growth hormone from Cody Gaines, is that true?
Correct.
While you were a post-certified law enforcement officer,
Correct.
you did not have a prescription for human growth hormone.
No.
So even if you don't consider that illegal, you would agree with me that you were in illegal possession of human growth hormone.
Correct.
Even if it didn't get you high.
Correct.
You disclosed 4 weeks of use of human growth hormone in 2017 to the polygraph examiner.
Correct.
Then when you were in your interview with Sergeant Carter, you said you did it for 5 competitions from 2017 to 2020.
Correct.
Those are 2 different statements.
Correct. And I also stated that me and the polygraph examiner had a conversation, and I stated to him that I did not know exact dates and times, and he told me that is the last, well, I said, that's the last time that I remember using that I did compete for this extended amount of time. And that's why I put that.
But that's not what you told Sergeant Carter. You told Sergeant Carter 5 times from 2017 to 2020. 5 competitions.
Yes, I competed 5 times.
And you walked him through the process of drawing up the IUs and the needles.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes,
And you got those needles off of Amazon.
correct. That's what I can recall, yes.
And you had a clear, unlabeled bottle of human growth hormone.
Correct.
And then you would inject that into your shoulders.
Correct.
Leading up to a competition.
Yes, ma'am.
You said at your max weight, you were 275.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that when you were using the human growth hormone?
I can't recall.
What do you recall, do you recall gaining weight during the period in which you were using human growth hormone?
I can't say for sure because I played around with the food so much. But like I told you guys before, I can for sure say that I remember using in 2017 before that competition. I'm not saying I did not use after that, but I cannot give you a date or time, no matter who asked me in this hearing today, or if it was my family.
So you don't even know if you were truthful to Sergeant Carter in your internal affairs interview.
Incorrect.
You either know or you don't know. Did you tell the truth to Sergeant Carter, or did you tell the truth on the polygraph?
I told the truth on the polygraph with the polygraph examiner, asked the polygraph, and I told the truth to him as well.
Those are 2 different truths. Would you agree with me?
No.
So one 4-week period versus a 3-year period. You don't agree that that's 2
I
separate things.
just said earlier that I would use it 4 weeks at a time for competitions. I had 5 competitions. I did not use for all 5 competitions, but I did use for sure. I can say for sure on 2017. Did I use after that? Yes, more than likely, but I cannot tell you which days and times or if I did or didn't on the ones after that.
But you told Sergeant Carter at least until 2020.
Just what I just said to you, ma'am.
You filled out the first portion of the Tennessee Highway Patrol application in September. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
And that's the one where you did not disclose any human growth hormone use. Is that accurate?
Did it ask about it?
That's not what I asked you. Did you disclose human growth hormone use
No,
in September?
Didn't ask it, no.
Did it ask you if you used any illegal drugs?
Not sure.
Can we go to that Tennessee Highway Patrol chart, please?
Can we reference the year when we're discussing the date as well?
September 28th of 2021 is what I'm referring to.
Oh, this first page here.
Yes, at the bottom, the very last mark in the chart, what does that say?
Other illegal drug.
And what was your answer?
Yep.
If you'll scroll down just to the signature, whose signature is that?
That's mine.
Then in October, you told the polygraph examiner 4 weeks in 2017.
Correct.
Did you sign paperwork with same or similar information?
I'm sorry, do what?
Did you sign paperwork with same or similar information in October of 2021 that you told the polygraph examiner?
I signed the polygrapher's information after we went over it.
You went over it with him
We did go over it.
and you testified that he gave you the opportunity to ask questions, and you did ask some questions.
Yes.
Did you seek clarification on any of the original application paperwork?
I can't recall. I'm not sure.
You said it was his words about the less than 50. You never heard that, anything about less than 50 in your
Not that
interview.
I can recall, no.
Did he have a reason to lie or change your story?
Yep.
Did you were trying to get hired by Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Yes.
But he changed your story.
I never mentioned, smoking marijuana less than 50 times being a safe number.
When you were in your interview with Sergeant Carter, you told him that you were a little bit confused about the application questions. Is that right?
Believe so, yes,
You said you misunderstood.
yes,
You said that 3 or 4 times in that second interview.
yes.
Who did you submit the online application to?
Yeah.
Was it an email address or an upload link?
I mean, everything was done through, everything at Highway Patrol was done through email, so I'm sure it was an email.
Okay, so if you had somebody's email address, presumably you could have asked them questions upon submitting your packet.
Yes, ma'am.
But you just misunderstood and moved on. Is that right? You turned your paperwork in and moved on.
Yes, ma'am.
You signed all these statements about, I promise to be truthful and not omit anything. You were just misunderstanding. Is that accurate? When did Highway Patrol terminate you?
March of 23.
And you got your termination letter in the list of the violations of general orders that they substantiated, is that accurate?
The paper that Captain Heatherly gave me, it just said 2 words, probationary dismissal.
Did you get the,
I think later on I received a copy in the mail, maybe.
okay, the general orders that they claim you
I
violated?
think, I can't recall what I got in the mail, but I got something in the mail
And then you went back to Roane County.
4 days later.
Were you forthcoming with Roane County about your pending decertification matter?
It's my brother.
Highway Patrol believes that you were dishonest in this matter, is that accurate?
No.
Highway Patrol didn't tell you that you had a dishonesty issue?
Oh, they told me that. They gave me the probationary dismissal paperwork.
And they determined you were not eligible for rehire based off of that?
Correct.
No further questions. Read.
Yes. All right, keep forgetting they're on. So Sergeant Caldwell, I don't want to, I'm trying to clarify something because I don't know if Ms. Nestle doesn't understand or if I don't understand. So did you use HGH before every competition that you did?
No, I cannot say that.
Okay. And between 2017 and 2020, you competed in approximately 5 competitions?
That's correct.
Okay. And so how long before a competition would you use a growth hormone?
4 weeks.
Okay. And you weren't using it to get bigger, you were using it for recovery for your muscles.
Right.
So you know you used it in 2017.
Correct, 100%.
And you stated that you used it after that at some other competition, correct?
Correct.
At least one.
Correct.
Maybe 2.
I'm not, like I said, I can be asked this, I've been asked this question 100 times and I cannot give you a definite answer on a date or time,
Okay. So,
but I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't.
okay. So you know you used it at a competition in 2017.
Correct.
And was that the first time you used HGH?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not trying to hide the fact that you used it subsequent to that, like in 2018, 2019, or 2020, you just can't give us an exact date.
Correct.
Or an exact year.
I'm giving you an exact date and time or date.
Okay. And on the form, I want to, I guess, ask this again based on the previous answer. So when it says other illegal drug, and it's checked. So if you can scroll down to the form where he signed, it had the bold paragraph that he read. There it is. So the paragraph that you read, do you recall reading it? You may need to blow it up.
Yeah, just a few minutes, yes.
Okay. Did you make any intentional false statement or were you deliberate in any misrepresentations in checking no to other illegal drugs? And you stated earlier you considered other illegal drugs something that gets you high.
Correct.
And did you state that because all of the other drugs above that were drugs that were meant to get you high?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Pre-crisis medication.
Just briefly, Your Honor. How long did you say a kit would last you?
To be honest with you, I can't give you a for sure answer. I believe it was around 15 weeks. If I'm guessing, I'm gonna give you a number.
Okay, and you told Sergeant Carter that you bought 3 kits.
I believe so, yes.
So 4 weeks leading up to a competition is how long you'd use it.
Correct.
So 45, help me with the math, 45 divided by 4.
So I would just want to use new and fresh. That's why I would buy new, just get rid of the other.
So you presumably could have used it for up to 45 weeks if you used all of your,
I don't know the math in my head, but it's I get what you're saying. It's a longer amount, right?
so what was the division you competed in the competitions, or was
It's
it,
just my weight class.
okay, was it like professional?
Sorry, it's just my weight class.
Okay.
Yep.
But you were a professional or a,
So that's just,
amateur.
all that means is after you get past a certain total,
Okay, so which one was yours?
I had a pro total.
Okay, and did they drug test participants at these competitions?
No.
Okay, why would a weightlifting group like that drug test participants? It is human growth hormone use or steroid use separately, are those things that are pretty common among powerlifters?
I would assume so, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Questions from the commission members?
Commissioner Parker.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Cobalt. What are you sergeant over?
Alpha shift, the Jerome County Sheriff's Office.
Patrol unit?
Yes, sir.
And give us the time again. We've been through a lot of dates and times. When did you originally start at Roane County Sheriff's Office?
2016,
And you were a post-certified officer?
correct, sir.
And you did competitions while you were working as a post-certified officer at Roane County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Right. And to understand you were purchasing this HGH from Mr. Cody Gaines.
Correct.
How much were you given for it?
I'm gonna guess, I think around $100.
Is that for a kit?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who Mr. Gaines's doctor was or prescriber of that?
I have no idea where he got it from.
Did you have any conversation with him about it?
No, sir.
Do you know if he had a prescription for it?
No, sir.
Didn't ask any questions.
No, sir.
And there was no markings on the bottles that you were getting.
No, sir.
And you were just being told of some type of liquid that you were not sure of.
Correct.
So it could have been liquid methamphetamine.
It could have,
It could have been mixed with fentanyl.
could have.
It could have been Drano.
Yes, sir.
And you purchased bundles of hypodermic needles off of Amazon.
From what I can recall, yes.
And you inserted them into that clear bottle.
Sir.
And you extracted that unknown liquid
Sir.
and you inserted it into your arm.
Yes, sir.
and you injected it into your body,
Yes, sir.
and you were a post-certified deputy sheriff in Roane County, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that speaks highly of your decision-making, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you also testified that you had some interdiction training, right?
At the Highway Patrol, yes.
At the Highway Patrol, interdiction is a broad scope. Criminals, narcotics, interdicting on the highways and the byways of the state of Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure a big portion of interdiction is drugs, right?
Correct.
So if you had made a traffic stop, whether you were a highway patrolman or currently a deputy sheriff, let's just take Roane County, it's part of I-40 run through Roane County.
Yes, sir.
Best I remember years ago, they had one hell of an interdiction team. You know anything about that?
I don't.
Okay, well, I'll refresh you, they did. If you were out there today directing your deputies on I-40 and they conducted a traffic stop and they came across a container of little glass bottles like you got from Mr. Gaines, and there was an interview conducted on those individuals, and they said, well, we assume that it's human growth hormone. Would you say that that person on the interstate on I-40 in Roane County was in possession of a controlled substance?
I would have to, if they admitted it to me, and I would have to confirm that it was, but all that given, yes.
And did you admit to Sergeant Toby Carter with the Tennessee Highway Patrol that you were in possession of human growth hormone?
Yes.
So you admit that you were in possession of a controlled substance as a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
And you used it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you make an arrest in Roane County?
I've never received any type of training on that.
Well, would you call somebody?
I would.
And
I would have to prove that that was the substance.
you would probably submit that, you would take it as evidence and probably make the arrest and submit it to TBI for analysis?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't make an arrest unless I knew what it was.
Okay, so you stop this same car and they've got packaged crystal-like materials that in your training, it looks like methamphetamine, crystal meth. You're not gonna arrest them either?
Based off my training and experience, and we have test kits for those, I could prove that it was that substance and I could make an arrest.
Okay, what about if you had somebody with a big, large packet of credit cards or green dot cards or hundreds of cell phones or any kind of devices that they may be trafficking? Would you not take further investigation into that and possibly seek charges?
I would look into it, yes.
Okay, so if a DUI arrest, when you take the blood from somebody, do you not arrest them at that time for DUI?
If I have probable cause for DUI,
Okay, would you not have probable cause for those little glass vials of clear liquid substance that somebody told you, yeah, that's human growth hormone?
if they admitted it to me, yes, but if they didn't admit it to me, it could be water. in it.
Okay, I may be beating a dead horse on there. I think I got my point across on that one. What really concerns me, you've got some folks here that's gonna testify on your behalf today, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You realize that line of questioning I just gave you?
What you just asked me, sir?
No, the line of questions I just asked you.
Oh, yes, sir.
And those witnesses are not in this room. They don't know those questions, do
No, sir.
they? Okay. There's probably gonna be a district attorney general testify on your behalf
Yes, sir.
and your sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Do you really want to subject those two individuals to that testimony and from the rest of these commissioners in this board for total embarrassment?
They already know my whole.
They already know, but you don't understand. Do you realize that when we get into the line of questioning to your witnesses who are elected officials, who are here risking their positions on your behalf for admitting that you used drugs while a deputy sheriff with a post-certified commission from this state, if they're really putting their credibility on the line?
Yes, sir. They know about it.
Okay. That's all I have.
Commissioner Wilbur, I have two questions. My first one is HGH banned in powerlifting?
No, to my knowledge,
It is not considered a performance enhancing drug.
it is,
It is a performance enhancing, drug,
from my knowledge, yes,
but it's not banned specifically in powerlifting.
not to my knowledge, no.
I guess I have a follow-up question, then I'll get to my second question.
Okay.
Why did you not go to your doctor for HGH?
I don't really have a direct solid answer for you. It was just, we're getting ready for this competition and that's what I'm trying to do.
Right, and my second and final question is, do the Tennessee Code, criminal offenses, do they limit illegal drugs only to drugs that get you high?
Are you talking about the other illegal drug question?
Like drugs, just opioids, fentanyl, meth.
So when I was reading the questionnaire there, that's what was on my mind because that's the type of question and that's the type of questions I'm reading.
But you were an officer and you knew the Tennessee Code annotated.
Which-
Specifically criminal offenses like possession of what the legislature has categorized as illegal drugs. You know those.
I can't say that I know them, no, but I know generally what you're talking about. I can't,
So there are suppressants and there are intoxicants.
Right.
And those don't get you high, but they are declared illegal by the state.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carter, just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir,
Are you a drug recognition expert?
I'm not.
Okay, so when Cody Gaines gave you the clear vial of liquid and told you what it was, but there was no label on it, it could have been steroids. And you never known it.
I mean, it could, yes, sir, it could have been anything.
Well, that would have raised a red flag, don't you think?
It could,
Okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thanks, Dave. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Gaines, when he was selling you this kit, who else was buying it?
I have no idea, sir.
You know if he sold it to other people besides you?
I have no idea.
Were other people present, like standing in line when you were getting yours?
No, sir.
You did it in secret?
Yes, sir, you could say that.
Was it public knowledge, family, friends, coworkers that you were using this?
No,
Why would you keep it a secret?
they were looking at it as a secret.
But you didn't tell anybody,
Didn't have no reason to.
but you did in the Highway Patrol's application packet.
Correct, when I was asked.
Would you do that because you knew it was wrong?
Do I know?
Would you keep it a secret because you knew it was wrong?
No, I labeled it in the packet.
No, I'm talking about in the public, while you were using it. You didn't tell anybody, nobody else knew you were using it, you
Right.
bought it in secret. So
I
you're
just-
either ashamed of using it, or you knew it was wrong to use it, right?
No, I just looked at it at the time, I was just getting ready for the competition. That's the only thing that's where my mind was and I never thought of it that way.
You didn't tell other competitors, hey, guess what? I'm using this because it helps me get better, and then it helps me recover. If you guys are hurting afterwards, maybe you should use it too.
No, wasn't into talking about it like that.
So,
Commissioner Lane, so you had a break in service, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we know going to go where the Sheriff Parton is kind of gone. So you knowingly purchased this while you were a deputy sheriff, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that the witnesses that are gonna come forward, they know about all of this, right? So
Yes, sir.
when you left the highway patrol, did you fill out an application when you went back to Rome County?
Yes, sir.
Did on that application, did it ask you about drug use?
It did.
Did you put HGH on that application?
I think I did. I can't remember, but they knew about it.
No, but I asked you the question specifically. Did you put on that application when it asked about drug use, did you put this on?
I can't say for sure, but I believe so, yes, because they already knew about it.
Last question, well, I got two more.
Okay.
You made an arrest for anybody in possession of a controlled substance, since you've been using this?
Or like for what? For HGH, are you saying?
No, I'm saying for anything. Possession of a controlled substance.
Yes, like meth and heroin, fentanyl, yes.
Okay. So when you became a law enforcement officer in 2016, you took an oath, right?
Correct.
So we're going to uphold the laws of the state of Tennessee, Constitution of the United States. Do you remember that?
Correct.
So it never crossed your mind that when you're getting ready for this competition, that was wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it does now for sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No more questions.
Commissioner Swain, just real quick, Sergeant, I know you said that you went and put yourself through the academy, correct?
Yes, sir.
First time.
Yes, sir.
And that was back in 2016?
Yes, sir.
And you were with Rome County for how long then?
2 years.
2 years. Why did you leave?
Initially, I was what, 20, 21? I believe I was 21 at the time, or 22. Make it long story short, a family member worked there at the department. We weren't getting along. I separated from there and worked some other jobs, and I came back and reapplied, got in, been in law enforcement ever since.
Did you leave, or did they ask you it might be better if you?
I did resign from it because me and the family member weren't getting along. He was a sergeant at the time. But yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter, just to be clear, you bought from Cody Gaines, and then, if I heard this right, you sold the HGA also? You sold some?
No, I've never done that.
You didn't sell any?
No, sir.
I might have heard that wrong. I apologize.
I don't think that, yeah, with all due respect, I don't think that was ever brought up, was it?
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Martin, got to follow up. We'll highlight back to the end of my last questioning about your witnesses. And you've said that your witnesses, the sheriff and the district attorney general, know this situation.
Yes, sir. Inside and out.
Did you tell them that you had been purchasing HGH from Cody Gaines in Rome County?
They knew about everything.
Let's get specific. Have you had a conversation with the sheriff or the district attorney general about purchasing from Cody Gaines in Rome County?
It wasn't in Rome County.
Which county was it in?
It was in Oak Ridge.
And is Oak Ridge, Anderson County in your same judicial district?
No.
It's not?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anybody pass information on to Anderson County or that judicial district about Cody Gaines selling a illegal narcotic when you notified them?
I'm not sure. I have no idea, sir.
Do you think that if we ask these questions of your sheriff and your DA that how are they going to answer those?
Not sure.
Mr. Doggett, Sergeant, were you currently using HGH when you were employed by the Highway Patrol?
No.
When was the last time you used HGH prior to your employment with the Highway Patrol?
Just like I said before, the last date that I can give you for sure was 2017. I competed all the way up to 2020. So
Did you have any side effects because of the usage of HGH?
No.
So no physical side effects, no blood pressure issues or anything like that?
No.
Where did you attend basic at?
My first police academy was the Cleveland State Police Academy.
Did they have in their course of study anything about drugs or identification of drugs or protocols and procedures within the state law?
They did, but not of HGH.
What did they train you on there?
It was just the basic law enforcement academy. Can be kind of be more specific, sorry.
What was some of the training on drugs when I know since then you went through an interdiction school.
Correct.
So I'm sure that it expanded your knowledge there with interdiction, but in the basic academy that you went through, did they tell you anything about drugs? If you found a green leafy substance in a bag,
Correct.
Was there a process for which you to identify that?
Correct. Yeah. It was focused a lot on methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, those drugs.
If there was a test, obviously, if you have a test kit available for certain drugs, but there's not always roadside test kits for you to utilize. So how would you identify, let's just say you did have a traffic stop on I-40 and you found a large clear bag full of a green leafy type substance, what would be your next step in that when you had that interaction with someone, when you made contact with the individual that had that, what would you do as an officer?
I'm assuming you're talking about marijuana, but go off smell, you go off just based off my training. We've seen videos about marijuana, classes on identification. I'm just reverting back to my training and try to use interview tactics, see if I could just get a confession of what it is.
And if that individual that you had stopped told you that it was hemp, how would you proceed?
It's a tough one. I have no way to check. But I
would think that maybe you would go off of the training that you had received and.
Based off my experience, I've made a decent size of marijuana arrests, but you can't tell the difference. Sometimes it even smells like traditional marijuana. Me personally, I'm not going to make an arrest on that if I don't know for sure. That's just me though.
What would you do with the product that was in front of you?
Well, at the very minimum, you could take it back. You could take it and put it in evidence for destruction.
Or have it tested?
Yeah, or you could do that.
If the test results came back, you could take it to the grand jury or something like that, right?
Sir.
The question was asked of you earlier about prescription medication that was found on someone other than that individual. What would walk me through that again? If you were as a sergeant or even as back in 2016, how would you handle that based off of your training through basic?
Okay. If I stopped a car with a female in it and I got consent to search and I found a pill bottle with no prescription or no label on it and it was full of pills, I would try to identify them through probably drug ID. I would try to talk to her. I would ask her, or if it even had a label and it didn't match her name, I would talk to her about it, see if that's a family member, a kid, or a friend that she just dropped off. I'm not just going to throw cuffs on someone. I would want to be for sure before I make an arrest based on that.
So it'd be fair to say you would do your due diligence.
Oh, absolutely.
And use cuffs on someone. Professional discretion in handling that. And in the event that you were able to uncover that it did not belong to that individual, then you would use your discretion there, whether or not you would make an arrest or issue a citation or.
Right. I would use my discretion, but it would have to be strong evidence for I make an arrest on that scenario.
Right. If you found a white powdery substance, perhaps you don't have a test kit for cocaine, would what would be how would you handle that situation there? What steps? would you
Again,
take?
it was kind of similar to the marijuana aspect. I would base it on, what's it bagged in, based off of interview skills, if they said that it was cocaine or not. But I would probably more than likely, make an arrest on that, given the scenarios.
Even if you were unsure 100% in that situation, maybe that it was or was not cocaine?
I'm not sure. I just have to be in the scenario and the situation, to be honest with you, depending on how they talk to me, not how they talk to me, but just what they're telling me and,
But you have training.
correct.
You've got training, so you know how to interview people that you come in contact with when you've got things like that.
Yes, sir.
Going back to what the fellow commissioner asked earlier about a clear liquid in a vial, it's obviously something that has been professionally produced because of the container it's in, but there's no label on that vial. Would that not cause you to want to ask more questions, seek further answers in that to identify what the substance is in that?
Yeah, and I see where you guys, I see where everyone is coming from, and I'm just trying to like put you in my shoes where I was at the time, and like in the powerlifting world of like what goes on with, as in the food, all the different protein supplements to just doing everything you can to recover. And that's like solely where my mindset was. It was never, oh, this is illegal. This is, my mind was never there on that.
Did you know that HGH was illegal when you purchased it in the gym?
I would say not at the time, but I since going through all this.
But you didn't know that at that moment when you were purchasing a vial that didn't have any kind of label on it, that this could be a controlled substance, and being that I just recently maybe completed basic law enforcement training, that maybe what I'm participating in is an illegal exchange of drugs. That never crossed your mind at that point?
At the time, sir, no, it didn't. And I know that sounds crazy and ignorant, but that's just, I'm trying to want you guys to where my mindset was, not coming up with a crazy excuse or inappropriate excuse. It's that one track minded. It was just the competition. That's where I was at with it. It wasn't that, me being 30 years old now and looking at the whole scenario and where I'm placing myself, if that makes sense. But that's where my mind was at that time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Parker. You know what schedule 1, schedule 2, schedule 3, schedule 4, schedule 5, do you know what schedule HGH is?
I have no idea, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know. You could say what schedule is, you can name one, I probably couldn't name it.
Well, what schedule is marijuana?
I believe it's 1.
On the federal level, what is it on state level?
Like I couldn't tell you.
You know what schedule 2? Do you know what
I don't have
cocaine is?
Do I know what cocaine is?
What schedule it is?
No, I do not.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
7 years.
There's something that does concern me, and I was going back through my extensive notes here, that in your interview with Sergeant Carter, it really bothers me that tell us what you meant by real stuff. You couldn't afford the real stuff that was on tape. What's the real stuff?
I guess using real steroids, and I don't know a lot about them, to be honest with you.
So basically what you're saying is if you'd had the money at the time as a post-certified deputy sheriff in Rome County, if you'd had the money, you would have bought the real stuff.
I can't say that.
Well, you said you couldn't afford it at the time.
I'm just
You couldn't afford that's what you said. couldn't afford the real stuff.
I was just talking about the price. I wasn't talking about using it.
Well, so buying it, and not using it, I mean, that's kind of, all right, we'll get past that. And in my final thing, you keep referring, you were caught up in the weightlifting, you were caught up into this, and you caught up into that. Most drug users get caught up. Most drug users get caught up in the moment. Most drug users don't pay attention, and most drug users let the drug take them over. And your drug was the endorphins that your brain was putting off, was to be in this weightlifting and everything that you could take to enhance that weightlifting. And you let that surpass. Do you feel like you let that surpass your duty as a law enforcement officer in Rome County?
I don't, because I don't use it anymore.
So you were asked to let go at Rome County because you couldn't get along with somebody. Is that because of attitude?
No, it was other family drama on mother's side.
Is there anybody here today that's kin to you on your behalf here with you today? Has you got any relatives?
Relatives, no.
Nobody?
No, sir.
Are you related to anybody at the sheriff's office today?
No.
Thank you.
It's Commissioner. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffers.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Well, and I'm gonna go back to what the other two commissioners have been asking about too. Let's say you walk into that locker room and you see an individual in there buying from Cody Gaines. And he's buying these vials of clear liquid. And the guy goes, it's morphine. Because, you know, I'm hurting after my workout. I'm trying to ease that pain. What action would you take as an officer?
If I was on duty at the time and saw that,
Okay, on duty or off duty? Give me both examples.
I would do my job.
So you got a guy in there selling a controlled substance. And you see him selling it to an individual, you take action. Who would you arrest?
I would conduct an investigation for simple as that.
Don't dance around it. Who would you arrest? Would you arrest the dealer or would you arrest the guy that's buying it?
Based off the investigation, you probably do both for simple possession and casual exchange.
Why didn't you take action instead of buying it? Why didn't you arrest him?
Again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but I was just getting ready for that competition. That's the only thing that's where my mind was. It wasn't this whole bigger picture. Now that, you know, I'm much older and realize what the bigger picture is.
So breaking the law is justified based on the fact I'm trying to get ready for a competition.
At that time, that's where my head was. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Jeffers, you stated earlier that you knew that as far as different supplements, you knew you could buy creatine at Walmart. You know, you could buy creatine at GNC.
Correct.
All right. Did you know you couldn't purchase HGH at Walmart and GNC?
Yes.
So the only way a person can really go about doing that is if a doctor prescribed it in order to do that. But instead of going that route, you knew you couldn't get it at Walmart, you knew you couldn't get it at GNC. Sounds like there might have been a decent chance that a doctor wasn't going to prescribe it. So the only way you could wind up getting it was wind up getting off Hello Bodybuilder, I'm assuming.
Correct.
You know, at the gym.
Correct.
Because this guy had a connection and he was able to help you out with that.
Correct.
So, I mean, so right off the bat, it seems to me at the time that you knew HGH was an illegal substance even then.
It's possible. I was just looking for the easiest route and quickest way to get it so I could get ready for the competition. But that's what it was.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Beverly, you had brought up kind of your state of mind when this all was happening. So I'm going to ask you a pretty clear question.
Okay.
You were commissioned at the time. Do you feel like you upheld your oath of office?
Yes.
You feel like you upheld your oath to the people of Roane County and as a law enforcement officer in the state of Tennessee when you exchanged money in a locker room of a gym for a controlled substance.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. As of now, yes, I see the wrong in it. That
I guess I'm looking for a clearance. Do you feel like you upheld your oath?
now, no.
Thank you.
Then, yes.
Commissioner Doggett, going back, getting prepared for the competition, what type of competition was it again that you were participating in?
It was just a powerlifting competition.
You had 3 basic lifts,
Yes, sir.
the deadlift, the squat, and the bench.
Correct.
Is that similar to what they do in the Olympics?
No, I don't know that's not in the Olympics.
But they have some Olympic powerlifting. What you were,
Powerlifting's not in the Olympics. No.
okay, so you were doing something totally different
Yeah,
than,
powerlifting is not in the Olympics.
okay.
No, sir.
There's some world games where they do some,
Yeah, I think it's a clean and jerk and stuff like that.
okay. How old were you when you went through basic? For around the first time you had?
20, maybe 20, 21.
And you started powerlifting when?
It was around that time. Yeah, around, I believe it was 2016, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of research did you do? I know you talked extensively about your diet earlier, about how the calorie intakes and things like that, but what kind of research did you do to?
I just hired like a coach and they would help me out with the diet. That's where I would get that from.
As far as looking at other supplements and things like that, did you do any research on the internet or read books or magazines or anything like that?
I mean, I'm sure I did. You just learn over time.
Maybe talking with other guys I mean, is there more people that do what you do in your gyms? You know, powerlifting is kind of like
Yeah, yes, sir.
there's a group of you. I mean, you can bounce ideas off of each other.
Yes, sir.
This Cody, Gain, is he a power lifter as well?
He was at the time. I'm not sure anymore. I don't know.
But I mean, if you were asking for some tips, maybe on your form,
Right.
Deadlift or whatever, he could probably be qualified to share that with you.
Right.
You would trust him.
Right.
Okay. Sure, there's others in the gym, same way. If you had some things about squat or whatever, you could ask them. They could instruct you. Probably could help coach you on your diet.
Probably.
Too, maybe some eating habits and things, maybe some supplements or whatever.
Right.
At any point during that process in your research, I'm sure HGH would have come up.
Right.
Would you have not been able to find that it was illegal to get it without a doctor's prescription?
I'm gonna say probably, but I wasn't necessarily looking for that aspect of it. I was just trying to do everything I could to recover and improve, you know.
Did you ever research what the side effects of HGH could be taking that prior to you utilizing?
To be honest with you, no. It was just a one-track mind.
So you weren't concerned about the side effects it could have, the high blood pressure, the hypertension that it could cause you to have, and
Right. Right.
because I know that side effects do. I know in law enforcement that those are things that can affect your performance, you know, as a law enforcement officer, when you have uncontrolled high blood pressure and things like that, especially if it's been brought on by other external factors that you're putting into your body. But at no point you'd never researched maybe the side effects of
So
HGH.
yeah, I would almost be assured that I didn't at that time.
And any of those in that circle would have probably told you, they may have told you that this is perfectly legal to have, you know, to use, or.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, nobody, you know, in that world, nobody thinks of that in the aspect of, I'm going to say is we or you all, or it's just how to get better. That's how they look at things.
It's maybe a weird question, but when you go out to eat in a restaurant, where do you sit?
Where do I sit?
Mm-hmm.
Usually you try to grab a booth.
You try to sit where you can see the door?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Just so I know what's going on around me.
Is that something you have to purposefully think of, or is it something maybe you've,
Not anymore. I just do it
you
naturally.
just do it? It just kind of comes to you when you do that. at any point in the process, I mean, that's something that no one tells you. They don't train you that in the academy. That's just something based off of the general consensus of your training. Those are just things that you instinctively do. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
If someone was going to offer you a clear vial of liquid in the gym, would your instincts not kick in at some point and say, maybe this is illegal what I'm participating in. I've taken an oath to uphold the law
I
here.
mean, yes, 100% now,
But at the time, no.
without doubt.
But at the time, no.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, unless any of the commission members speak up that they have additional questions. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cowell.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It is 5:16 PM. Does anyone need a short break or are we ready for the next witness? Break. Okay, we'll take a short recess. How would the respondent like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to make a statement for the record. And then to proceed to finalize my case. Just for the record, I want to state that I believe Commissioner Parton's questioning of Mr. Caldwell, Sergeant Caldwell, was inappropriate on 2 occasions. And I think it borderline, well, I believe it was inappropriate conduct or an inappropriate question for a witness, which has led us to not call any other witnesses at this point in time. So we'll close our proof and we'll be ready for closing arguments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brassfield. Does the department wish to call any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The department is ready for closing arguments.
Okay. The department, please proceed with your closing statement.
Jesse Caldwell falsified application documents when he applied to become a state trooper. He was dishonest, changed his story multiple times, and he was pushed on the issue today. He changed his story again. You heard him testify that he doesn't really remember why he told Sergeant Carter that he did it from 2017 to 2020. He knows he did it in 2017, and that's why he indicated that on some paperwork and in some initial interviews. Mr. Caldwell just couldn't stick to the same story ever. At least on 3 different occasions in September of 2021, October of 2021, and the original 2 interviews with the Office of Professional Accountability. Mr. Caldwell told 3 different versions of his story. Suddenly, when he had nowhere else to go during his internal affairs interview, he suddenly stopped being able to understand. He misunderstood the application questions. Today, you heard him argue that there was no one to ask, but you heard during cross-examination that he had to submit the application packet via email. So he had somebody's email address. He could have asked the questions if he was confused. You also reviewed the paperwork where he said, I clearly understand this, I haven't omitted anything, and signed to that effect on multiple occasions. Mr. Caldwell, during his internal affairs interview, claimed to not think that human growth hormone was a real drug because it didn't make you high. And he clarified some of that on cross-examination today, that he still doesn't know if he would arrest somebody for having somebody else's prescription drugs. How can you be asked to believe that Mr. Caldwell, a post-certified sheriff's deputy, didn't think that buying drugs from a guy at the gym and injecting those drugs into his arms with needles from Amazon could have any legal ramifications? He testified that the bottles were clear and they were unlabeled. He had no idea what was inside of them. He knew that this could have legal ramifications. That's why he lied about it. Today, he tried to tell you that the polygraph examiner changed what Mr. Caldwell said when he took down notes. The polygraph examiner didn't have any reason to lie. Mr. Caldwell was trying to get a job. That's why he lied. He limited his use of human growth hormone. He didn't disclose the use of the drug paraphernalia. He didn't disclose the use of human growth hormone in September of 2021. He limited his use of it when he disclosed it in October of 2021. And then finally, when it came back to bite him during the internal affairs interview, it went from 4 weeks in 2017 suddenly to 3 years over a period of time for which each of those 3 kits that he purchased could last for up to 15 weeks, is what his testimony said. 4 weeks versus 15 weeks, 4 weeks versus 3 years. His story changed multiple times. He claimed he didn't know it was illegal. Maybe at the time he didn't know it was illegal. But today you heard him testify that he did violate his oath as a police officer by buying those drugs and using those drugs. You heard Sergeant Carter testify that omission of the truth is something that's considered in the application packet for Tennessee Highway Patrol. So even if he didn't outright lie, which we contest that he did, he failed to provide the entire truth about his human growth hormone use. You've been tasked with how to handle Mr. Cowbell's post certification. Under the post rules, you can be decertified for violation of general orders that leads to termination. Termination for disciplinary action. Your options today would be to decertify Mr. Cowbell, suspend him for a set period of time, or take no action. This commission every month says that when it comes to dishonesty, law enforcement has to take that seriously. And Mr. Cowbell has been dishonest in his application for Tennessee Highway Patrol. We believe that he was dishonest in his internal affairs interview. And I contest that he was dishonest or evasive today. Mr. Cowbell was terminated as a state trooper for disciplinary actions related to dishonesty. The Department of Commerce and Insurance respectfully asked that Mr. Cowbell's post certification be revoked and that he would be decertified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nisley. Mr. Brassfield, would you like to give a closing statement?
Yes. So almost where to start here. Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, I told you when this began that there were flaws with the application and with the process from THP. And as this went along, it seemed like it got way off the rails and more confusing by the minute. And I know the facts and have all the evidence, and it was hard for me to keep up. You know, some of those facts of, well, it's a vial, it's 4 weeks, it's 15, what is it, this and that. I think Mr. Caldwell was very clear when he stated he used it 4 weeks prior to a competition. And then when they asked about the rest, he said, no, I would just get a fresh bottle for the next one. And he thought he had bought 3 vials. And we really got down in the water on that. Problem with that is what we're here for today is the charging article that was brought up that said Mr. Caldwell was dismissed for untruthfulness from THP, and that they have a policy that if they fire someone, then they move for them to be decertified. And that's what we're here about. We're not here about Mr. Caldwell's use of HGH when he was competing in 2017. That's not what the charging argument or article is about. It is literally whether or not Mr. Caldwell was untruthful in that. And if that gave rise to enough to decertify as a police officer. We have to keep in mind something that's still just, great question. There was an interrogation of Mr. Caldwell, other than even what Mr. Carter did, but they sent all the forms out. He checked yes, he checked no. He had already checked no to steroids. He'd already checked yes to HGH on the second one within a month. He passed a polygraph. He testified to that. And this whole issue about whether it was 50 times or he changed it, we saw the polygraph supplement information prior that had the language in it. Mr. Caldwell said he didn't do it. It was in bold. But if we start looking at HGH and we go, God, he didn't know this, he didn't know that. I would like to point out that, Sergeant Carter admitted he did not know HGH was not an anabolic steroid at the first interview. I would propose to you that whoever wrote the questions did not realize it or later figured it out, as Sergeant Carter did, and threw it in there. There were great questions coming up about controlled substances, which from the Controlled Substances Act. However, HGH is not under that. HGH actually came about from the Anabolic Steroid Act, even though it's not an anabolic steroid, which is, kind of odd that we're here today over the issue of, was HGH a steroid? And even Sergeant Carter admitted, no, it's not. So by him checking no, he was not lying. Did he check other illegal drug? No, correct. And we asked him why. And he was steadfast every time. He said, I wasn't thinking about HGH as being an illegal drug. I was sitting there looking at the list, and at that list, it was all drugs that get you high. And I checked no, because he was going down with that mindset. It's easy to sit back and start poking holes through things later on in life. I would submit that it's important to remember that Tennessee Highway Patrol hired Mr. Caldwell, given all of those answers. Once they received a complaint, they then looked at it deeper. They went into this deep dive, and I think they initially started a deep dive with inaccurate information and about what steroids were. And I think when we start splitting hairs on things, you heard me ask Sergeant Carter about steroids. Prednisone's a steroid. So if a trooper's used prednisone and marked no, should they be fired and decertified? I mean, that's when we start splitting hairs, those are the questions I believe that we have to look up and ask. It was on there. There wasn't a lot made of it, but one of the initial document, the last paragraph where it was highlighted that he was terminated for untruthfulness, started off with the fact that Mr. Caldwell had no disciplinary actions while working as a trooper. He completed their academy. He was sent to their field training officer school, completed that. Sent to the interdiction school, completed that. This isn't about whether or not Mr. Caldwell used HGH. It's about whether he lied on his application. THP knowingly hired him, knowing that he had used marijuana in the past and knowing that he had used HGH in the past. They hired him, kept him employed for a year, sent him to school. Sergeant Caldwell is currently working at the Roane County Sheriff's Department, which is where he started. As he answered, he did have the support of his administration and the district attorney here. And I would ask the board, instead of focusing on this, oh, he shouldn't be a cop because he did HGH back in 2017. I would submit to the board that that's not what this hearing is about. This hearing is about whether or not he should be decertified based upon THP firing him for lying. We did touch on lying, and that was, I believe Mr. Caldwell said it was not telling the truth, being deceptive, and intentionally being deceptive. And I don't believe there's anything that's shown that he was intentionally deceptive. I think when pressed about questions such as 4 weeks and 15 weeks, if we get it muddy enough, it looks like he was lying. But if you listen to him, he said, no, I did it 4 weeks prior to a competition is about when I did it, and I didn't do it afterwards. Well, what about all that extra? And he said, no, you would start with a fresh vial. It wasn't about the vial and doing the HGH. It's about whether or not he was honest about it. If we're all going to look back 8 years and go, oh, well, we said this, we know this now, but we didn't know it then, would we change things? I think everybody would say yes. I think Mr. Caldwell said yes. Does Mr. Caldwell deserve to be decertified as a police officer because of that? I would submit to you no. And I would submit to you no because what's before us is, did he lie on this application? I think at best there was some misunderstandings on it. And I think THP should probably take some of that blame just based on the 3 questions that are completely different, where it's steroids or HGH or illegal steroids or other enhancement products or other enhancement supplements. And I would submit to you that Mr. Caldwell said no when it said steroids, yes when it said HGH, and he did those on his own. Nobody was questioning or putting the screws to him or anything else. And then the other one, when it asked about illegal steroids or beneficial enhancing supplements, he answered yes again and put down HGH. I think he was very honest when he said I used it in 2017. And he doesn't know the exact dates he used it after that. But based on his testimony, he said, I think I bought 3 vials. And he said, I used a new vial when I did it. So I think you could easily extrapolate that he did it 3 times. And he knows he did it in 2017. And whether the other 2 times were in 2018, 19, or 20, he doesn't know, can't recall. So he didn't put an answer down. I would submit to you that that's not being deceptive. That's being truthful. So I would ask that you find no action in this matter and allow Sergeant Caldwell to continue his service for the Roane County Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brassfield. Okay, the commission has heard the proof in this matter. The proof consists of the testimony of Sergeant Toby Carter, Mr. Caldwell, and there are 8 exhibits that were entered into evidence. The department has paper copies of those exhibits if you wish to review them during your deliberations period. And they also could put them back up on the screen like you saw during our hearing today. You, the members of the commission, are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. You are also the exclusive judge of the law, specifically your statutes, rules, and the regulations that are applicable to this case. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case under the direction of my charges, which I'll go into now. You have the authority to make findings of fact and reach conclusions of law in this matter. No one else can participate in your deliberations once they begin. However, if you find that you need a instruction on a procedural or the UAPA or legal terminology explained to you, I can assist you during the deliberations process. You must limit your inquiry to the issues that were specifically raised in the department's notice of hearing and charges. We can also put that up on the screen if you want to review that and verify what the notice of charges contained. In this case, in that notice of charges, the department has charged that Jesse Caldwell's acts and conduct constitute grounds for discipline pursuant to the Post-Commission Rule 1110-02-04, subsection 2, little a. which states that the commission may suspend or revoke the certification of any officer subsequent to certification under these rules. If the officer has been suspended for 30 days or longer, resigned in lieu of termination, or discharged by his employing law enforcement agency for the disciplinary reason, or if they've been found to have supplied or acquiesced in false information being supplied to the commission, or regarding the eligibility of certification, if the officer fails to maintain pre-employment requirements. It is the petitioner of the department's burden to establish by preponderance of the evidence that the grounds for discipline have been established. Preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight of the evidence. If the evidence on a particular issue is equally balanced, that issue has not been proven by a preponderance of the evidence, and the department, being the party having the burden of proving the issue, has failed. You should not infer from any of my statements or rulings or instructions that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party here today. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. If you decide whether an issue has been established by circumstantial evidence, you must be convinced that the conclusion you reach is more probable than any other explanation. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses who testified today. In making your findings, the commission must make the sole determination as to the credibility and weight to be given to the evidence in each witness who testified. The law presumes that all witnesses who are sworn the oath will testify to the truth. It is the obligation of the finder of fact to attempt to reconcile any discrepancies to the testimony between the witnesses. If it is impossible for you to reconcile any discrepancy you heard today, it is necessary that you, as the trier of fact, determine which witness speaks the truth and which witness has stated a falsehood despite the oath. In determining the believability of a witness, the commission, as the fact finder, has wide discretion. However, you should consider in determining the truth the witness's interest, if any, in the outcome of the matter, their good intentions, their seeming honesty, their respective opportunities for personal knowledge of the facts for which they are testifying. I mentioned this at the beginning, but you do not need to accept all testimony as a witness as true. You can pick to choose what you believe and what you do not believe. Although you may only consider the competent evidence presented during our hearing today, this does not mean that you are required to set aside your own common knowledge or expertise in the field of law enforcement. You may, in fact, and should weigh the evidence in light of your training and your own observations and experience. Please always keep in mind when you're making this determination that the department does have the burden of proof here. So you must put together a final order, and it has to have 4 different sections. It must have the findings of fact. It must have a conclusion of law or conclusions of law. It must include your decision regarding whether action should be taken against Mr. Calbaugh's certification and the policy reasons for your decision. Do either party have a proposed findings of fact or conclusions of law to present to the commission?
The department does, Your Honor.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I will read, well, let me read this first and then I'll have you pass that out. For the findings of fact, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each witness. For the conclusions of law, you must decide if Mr. Calbaugh's knowledge, education, experience, whether his actions or conduct do violate the rules of discipline for the post commission. You must state those determinations in your conclusion of law, and you must include a sufficient analysis of the evidence to clearly demonstrate or tie in how the facts of the case support your conclusion. The policy reason can be brief. During the deliberations phase, you must speak on the record. And as I mentioned, you cannot be assisted or no one else can interfere with your deliberations process. If you would like to look at the evidence or the documents that were entered into evidence, you may ask to see that, and myself or the department can help make sure you're provided that evidence. Any action taken by the commission must pass by a majority of the commission members. If you have any questions about the facts presented, you may reopen the record. Okay, unless anyone has a question I'd like to ask now, I'll go ahead and turn this over to the chairperson to govern the deliberations process.
Your Honor, would you like me to pass out the department's proposed final order?
Yes, please do. But if you'd like to initiate deliberations, you may go ahead while she's passing that out.
Okay, so we can get started deliberation.
Would you want me to assist you with that, Mr. Chairman? We will wait till the packets are passed out and then we will review them. On behalf of Mr. Chairman, I think he's directed me to help him with the findings of fact. Is that permissible, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the board, you will see before you the matter of State of Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance versus Jesse D. Calbaugh. You will see in the first paragraph the order. This matter came to be heard on September 19th, 2024 before the Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission sitting with the administrative law judge in the commission hearing room here at the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy Annex Building, 3025 Logan Road, Nashville. Mary Beth Nicely, Associate General Counsel for the Department of Commerce and Insurance, Office of Legal Counsel represented by the state of Tennessee. Respondent Justice D. Caldwell represented by his attorney, Shane Brassfield. Is there any additions or corrections? I don't think there, does that all look good?
Does the date need to be changed? Because this isn't September.
That is correct. We need to make a notation on the date. I'm glad we started with the order and that used to not happen. So we need to, do we need a vote on that, Chief Counsel, to change the date? Or does that, everybody agree that in a housekeeping matter?
That could be either you could do it now or you could do it at the end. And then of course, the ALJ has changed as well. So that'll be formerly Judge Padfield, now Judge Bergmeyer.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead and vote on it now.
Okay.
While you're on it.
If everybody would make a change on the date to February. 21st, 2025. Is everybody good that the date has changed? All right, moving down, I think to the ministry, I think, was there another change to the law judge? Is that correct? And can you give us your full name, ma'am?
I can. Unfortunately, it's very long. STEPHANEBERGMEYER.
Excuse me.
Council, y'all are making notations. I'll take it. Thank you. All right, any other additions or corrections to the paragraph of order?
Motion approved.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green. Do I hear a second?
Commissioner Beverly, second.
Have a second by Commissioner Beverly. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the amendment to the paragraph of order, all indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Passes. Moving on to findings of fact. If all the commissioners would review, and I think findings of fact are going to run through sentences number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sentence 8, sentence 9, over to page 3, sentence 10, sentences 11, 12, 13, 14, flipping over to page 4, sentences 15, 16, over to page 5, continuing to sentence 17. And that will conclude findings of fact at sentence number 17 on page 5. If everybody would take some time and read through that, and when everybody's comfortable, if there's any additions, corrections, changes, deletions, or amendments, please indicate to me and we will address those.
Could I see the copy of the October 23rd, 2021 law enforcement polygraph screening questionnaire? I just wanted to check something on the subsection.
And is that something we could pull up on the computer?
I will admit, I got confused on the exhibit numbers. That's exhibit 3.
So the entire OPA packet is what we have labeled as
Exhibit 4 then.
exhibit 4. We can pass the entire OPA packet out if that would be helpful to the commission. It should.
I just wanted it clear for the record, the
Okay.
exhibit number, because I was confused between exhibit 3 and 4.
Okay.
So I do have a paper copy, but I think she's putting it up on the screen for you.
This is nothing that was controlled under the polygraph examination, was it? Is this what you're about to post public?
Oh, it's not.
It's not public. Is that something that the commissioner can see shown by you individually to answer her question?
Yes.
With permission, Your Honor.
But if we have any discussion about it within the documentation, then I think we need to go to close this from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. So given that fact, I think the paper copy is best, and we probably should not put it on the screen since we are still on public broadcast.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor, and I can pass out copies for the commission if they need them.
Commissioner Overbeck, get your question answered.
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the record, exhibit 3 is what we've called the informal packet. That's the termination letter.
All right, going to findings of fact. Does anybody need any more time on findings of fact? Question.
No question, just an amendment to the findings of fact.
Okay, is it on a certain sentence?
It would be actually adding subsection E on the finding of fact, knowing that the respondent was in possession of illegal drug paraphernalia.
Okay, what I plan to do, Commissioner Beverly, is start at sentence 1, and I'll run through it real quick and just mark your spot. Because this is a long findings of fact section, more than I've seen in normal, because of all the policy stuff. So let's just ease through it, so we'll get it right once. That'll give Miss Nicely and Mr. Gregory time that if there's any additions, and they're shuffling a lot of paper to make the official notes. Are you ready, Miss Nicely?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, moving on, findings of fact, sentence number 1. Anybody have any questions or concerns on sentence number 1? Hearing none, moving over to page number 2, sentence number 2. Any additions, corrections, sentence number 2? Hearing none, moving on, number 3, sentence number 3. Any additions or corrections? Sentence number 4, any additions or corrections? Sentence number 5. Sentence number 6. Sentence number 7. Any of its subsections. You need some time, okay. Sentence number 8. Sentence number 9, and any of its subsections on the bottom of page number 2 of the order. Nothing. Moving over, flipping over to page number 3, starting at the top, sentence number 10.
You have, Commissioner Beverly, I do have an amendment.
On sentence number 10.
Yes.
Okay, and does it need to be added at the bottom of the subsections?
Yes, I might have jumped the gun again if you want to get down to that.
You're fine. Just, we're at number 10. If you need an amendment, put it out there.
Respondent declared he had not ever or had not at the time possessed or used drug-related objects or paraphernalia. He had indicated no. Findings of facts would be that he did possess those items.
Okay, legal may need that in more of a, clear, they may want to put a different tone on it.
I know what he's citing and can clear it up.
Okay. All right, so any other additions or corrections to line, sentence number 10 and subsections A, B, C, or D? Hearing none, moving on, sentence number 11. Sentence number 12. Sentence number 13. Sentence number 14, bottom of page 3. Hearing none, and it continues on at the top of number 4. Sentence number 15. Sentence number 16. In sentence number 16, we have subsections A that contain information. Is there anybody seen any edits or additions or corrections in that? Hearing none, seeing none. All right, we're at the bottom of 4, going over to page 5 at the top, still in the subsections of sentence 16. And I know we've moved fast, but if there's any grammar issues or something, that feel free to point them out, because I know everybody would appreciate it when it's the.
I guess my question, I do have Commissioner Green. What's the 6? I see a 1 and a 6 in this section.
I'm thinking what this is.
Reference it back to the,
I think this is part of THP's general orders. If that's right, yes, general orders. And it is they have copied and pasted the general orders into this as part of findings of fact.
does number 6 need to have the rest of its parentheses around it?
1, 2,
Page 5.
On page 5. Subsection 3. Third sentence up at the bottom of that paragraph. There's a 6.
number 6 in with that. Yes, if you want, well, it goes typo. So in number 6, if somebody wants to make that noted. Anything else going down to letter B and general order 103 and below? Okay, moving down to sentence number 17. The bottom of page 5. Does anybody see any additions or corrections? Okay, I believe that concludes the findings of fact portion.
Commissioner Green, motion to approve as amended.
I have a motion to approve as amended.
Commissioner Beverly, second.
I have a second by Commissioner Beverly. Any discussion on findings of fact? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as amended, indicate in favor of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Going over to page 6 at the top, conclusion of law. Does anybody have any questions or any amendments or corrections to the conclusion of law?
Beverly, a motion to accept.
Have a motion from Commissioner Beverly to accept. Do I hear a second?
Commissioner Jeffrey, second.
Commissioner Jeffrey, second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate saying aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on, page 6 to judgment. I would say that in this part, the judgment lays out items 1, 2, and 3.
Make a motion to table until we have our discussion,
Have a motion to table to come. You want to move it to the Hill?
please.
Okay, I have a motion to move it to the Hill until further discussion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Doggett, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we'll come back to judgment on the Hill of the order. Going down to policy statement. Bottom of page 6. Any additions or corrections in sentence 1? Sentence 2? Going over to page 3 and continuation to sentence 3. Any additions or corrections on the policy statement? Sentences 1 through 3. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept or change or whatever.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sentence 3 is a judgment. Do we need to hold off on sentence 3 or?
We can come back to it if that's what your motion is, if that's what you desire to have more discussion.
I think I will make a motion.
Okay,
Table that.
to come back at least to sentence 3.
Commissioner Green, second.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion indicate saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none. Going over the next line in bottom 7, reconsideration, stay or review of the final order. And I think most of that will be for editorial purposes, if everybody can take a look at it. Is there any additions or corrections at legal? You see anything so far with that?
Not in that section. On the back, we'll just need to change who's listed as the signatory. The last change that I see.
Yep.
Motion to Commissioner Beverly, motion to accept reconsideration, stay and review a final order, recognizing Vice Chair Carter as the signer.
We have a motion to recognize Vice Chair Carter for today's hearing. Do I hear a second?
Lane, second.
I have from Commissioner Lane, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion indicate saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and we will make a notation. Here's Carter. All right. Going back. Ladies and gentlemen, the commission, we're going back to page 6, middle of the document, to the judgment phase. I will read this out for the record. Wherefore, it is hereby ordered and adjudged, sentence 1, respondent certification is revoked. Sentence number 2, respondent certification is suspended for a period of blank. And sentence number 3 contains no action. We'll open this up for discussion.
Commissioner Green, should it be revoked past tense? Or is it present tense? Grammar thing.
I would refer that to legal counsel that might be sitting beside you.
I would add a D.
Okay,
I think it's just,
we need to add a D. Okay. Anything else on the grammar or spelling in the judgment section? I think we need to take a motion where we fix that.
Motion to approve as amended.
We have a motion to approve as amended on line number 1 with the D added to the end of revoked. Do I hear a second?
Carter, second.
Carter second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, motion passes. We're back on the judgment for decision and deliberation as a whole.
Commissioner Beverly, I'll start.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This was not an omission of something minor, something that happened in a juvenile. This was the omission of narcotics use and narcotics transactions. It speaks to the gravity of this, and I, for one, feel that certification revocation is warranted on this. I just want to seek out the rest of the commission's or perceptions.
Commissioner Green,
Recognized.
I'm gonna ask for a document to be put up. It's a polygraph piece for just a brief moment. And it's the polygraph examiner's notes. It has two different sections.
Is that the piece that had two sections that was handwritten?
Handwritten, that's correct.
Is that part of the confidentiality?
It is, and I can pass out packets or we can display it and clear the room. It's just up to you guys.
Well, we'd have to shut the camera off too, I guess. So.
Well, if you want, she's saying she's got it on paper. If you want to see it.
No, I'm gonna discuss it.
You're going to discuss it.
So.
Okay. Well, pursuant to the protective order in this case, then this is discussing a confidential document under state law. And I will request that the public feed and the audio be turned on to the and go ahead and restart the recording and the audio recording. Thank you.
We back online?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're back on, back public. We're still on page 6 with judgment. We've had some questions. We've had those answered. Any other discussion relevant to the judgment section of the order? You have 3 choices at this point, basically. Commissioners, you can make a motion to revoke certification, suspend the certification for a period of time, or take no action. That's where we're at.
Make a motion to revoke. Commissioner Green.
Commissioner Green has made a motion to revoke respondent certification.
Commissioner Jeffers, second.
I have a second.
Commissioner Beverly, I want to offer an amendment if that's the right word. Would you also amend to adopt sentence 3 of the policy statement?
I would think that probably needs to go as a separate motion after we do the judgment.
That's fine. I'll draw one fell swoop. We can do either.
Yeah, no, we'll get that after this. So, Mr. Jeffries, you were somewhere.
Yeah, second.
Okay. Commissioner Green has made a motion to line 1 to revoke respondent certification. Commissioner Jeffries has seconded it. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. The judgment will show that the respondent certification is hereby revoked. Moving over to page 7, now to sentence number 3 and the policy statement. What is the board's desire?
Commissioner Beverly,
You're recognized.
motion to adopt sentence number 3.
Motion to adopt sentence number 3 as stated.
Correct.
Commissioner Lane, second.
Have a second from Commissioner Lane. Any discussion about sentence number 3 on page 7 related to the policy statement? No further discussion. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Sentence number 3 is adopted. Whenever I turn this back over to our administrative judge. And I think the judgment has come to pass, and this would be a final order effective upon filing with the commission and be entered on today's date, the 21st day of February, 2025. That date, 2025. Gary Carter, Chair. Any other discussion? All right, Judge, Your Honor, carry on.
Thank you, Commissioner Parton. Ms. Masley, will you assist the chair in getting that order signed and submitted for filing?
Yes, we will get that done and filed with the court as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your participation today. I thank the public for being here and also leaving when we had to close it to the public. We appreciate your participation as well.